Hey guys. How are you guys feeling today? Have a great week? Uh, my bit rate seems to be okay. Uh, and I'm not talking that much, so hope stabilize for you, Matthews. Okay, just getting things back. So, let's recap then. Last week, we had a good run on creating our servers. So we have a bunch of options. We created AWS, we created DigitalOcean, Linode, Azure, Google Cloud Provider, Linode, I already said Linode, Vultr, and Oracle, right? So we also took a little bit of time to understand how to create an SSH key so we could access those boxes, those servers. And now we're going to start our actual work on Linux, right? I had the full week of lessons 1 to 5. So let's try to cram this into a few hours. Hope we get everything done today. So I created another Linode server just a couple minutes ago because I deleted all the servers that we created last week. And let's start. Okay, I have my Linode key. Which one is it? Let me just get the IP address for my new server. And I'm going to get through a little bit of information that we have on the day 0, especially for DigitalOcean, Linode, and Vultr, because the creation of the SSH keys goes directly for root, or you can not even get that from root if you want. But we're going to start from there. Sprinkle a little bit of SSH goodness in it, and then we can go to the actual day 1. SSH is the beginning of day 1, so we're not going to get too far from that. Hope is that all good for you guys. Is this still chopping for you, Mateus? Hope you can stay with me. But okay. Alright, let's get this started. Okay, so start starting off from where we stopped at last week. Is it okay? Yeah. Where we started last week, we have our server running, and we are going to get inside using ssh-i. So we identify the key that we're using. This is using Linode key, and I am root at this guy. This is my new server, so I have to enter the passphrase for the SSH key that I created, and then we are on our server. We're still as root, so we can just apt update double %, apt upgrade -y. So this is where we started. It's still breaking up. Let me take my camera off to see if it gets better. Does it get better with the camera off? And hang on. Now, hang on. We can make this through. Let me disconnect and get back. I disconnected and got back. Is better? Is it better, Rav? Ah, okay. So I'm going to turn everything back on. Let me know if it gets worse again. I believe it was just Discord. So how's it going, Rav? Am I breaking up again or not? Nice. Okay. Well, let me know during the live stream if you notice anything else, okay? And thanks for the following. OX Marto. So let me get this back. All right. So we just did little upgrade here on our VM. Just going to reboot to get that all good. Okay. Takes a little bit. Just a quick reboot. Just a quick reboot. Come on. It's getting back. Okay, got it. All right, we're on. Okay, so we're back to where we left the last one. Thanks for the following, overclocks. Okay, so we are on our Linux server. This is a Linode one, and we're still on root. We can change that. I mean, we're going to get a little bit today over the fact that root is not the best. Connecting as root is not the best practice. You can do a lot of stuff without really knowing what you're doing and break stuff up. So we always want to have at least one uh, regular user that have some administrative privileges later on. So if we need to do something that requires some privilege over our server, we can just add sudo. Like, I'm going to do this, but I'm going to do this system-wide, and I have the privilege to do it, so I have to indicate that I'm using that privilege. Okay, this is just a little tease about what day 3 is about, but before we go to that, I want to create at least one um, regular user so we can use for that. Okay, and you're going to notice that for AWS, Azure, AWS and Azure for sure, but you also will have that on Oracle and Google Cloud. You already start with a regular user, a sudo user. I mean, you don't start using root. You're not root right off the bat. You don't have that access immediately. That's kind of a guardrail made from the policies of those VPSs, so you don't mess things up. But it is a good practice to have at least one sudo user instead of using root for everything. Okay, so we're going to create a regular user. I'm going to add user, and it's going to be Livia because that's me. Okay, and I'm going to give a password for that, and I don't need to specify all that. It is correct, and I created a user, so I have Livia on the system now. Let me add this. Ah, hello. Hello, Ruff. Oh, we have some new things on the chat. I didn't notice this. Okay, I just got distracted. Let's change that user. User mod. I'm going to modify my user so I can add to a group, and that group is sudo. And I'm going to add Livia to the sudo group. Okay, so now I can log in as Livia, and I'm different person now. Okay, so but let's get back and try to. Why I wanted to do this. One of the things that I want to do this. I want to give a little bit more about the SSH tools that we can use. So we have an SSH that was added to our actual root user in the server. So if you look at the SSH directory, you're gonna see that we have the authorized keys, and those authorized keys, this authorized key is the public key that we created, you guys remember last week we created a new key pair. We have a private key stored in a safe place that we can use to connect through SSH, and the public key is shared with the server. I can use the same key for any servers to that I wanted to connect, or I can create a new key for a new server and use a key for each server that I have to use. So it's really depends on the policy that you want to follow. In production environments, you're going to see more often than not a key for each server, or at least some kind of vault for storing those keys for security measure. It's if one of your keys is compromised and you have several servers that depend on that key for access, yeah, you're kind of compromising all of the servers. But if you have one key for each server, if you compromise one key, you only compromise one server, and you still have other guardrails that you can put on the server to prevent that to happen. But I'm just getting a little bit ahead of myself. What I wanted to show is that now that we have a new user, and if you can have multiple users, and each user can have their own SSH key. So I'm going to get out of the server, okay, and I'm going to show how to connect without an SSH key and with an SSH key, okay. So we can use SSH and just use Livia for connecting on this guy, this IP address. And I'm going to use what? I'm going to use the password for the user, not a password for an SSH key. Okay? But that's not the best way. I want to use an SSH key. But the problem is, if I look at the information for Livia at this server, I don't have SSH information. Don't even have an SSH directory here. Okay, so I have to copy my key or create a new key and copy that. So let's get back to where I was. And I have this key pair. I can use the same, or I can use another one. Doesn't really matter for our example purposes, but I could create a new one if I want. So if you guys want to just refresh our memory, I can create using SSH keygen. What type I want? I want an RSA. I want the bit rate to be to bits. I want 496. I wanted to put a comment on this. This is going to be for, yeah, this is going to be for Livia. Livia at potato. And what else? What else can I put it here? I believe I can put file, right? Yeah, I wanted to create the file. It's going to be called Livia. This is my SSH key for Livia or whatever. Or I can just leave it, and it's going to create automatically as a default on my ID RSA in my SSH key, my SSH information for the server. So what I'm doing here, this is a Linux environment, but it's going to work the same way on a Mac. We already showed how to do that on a Windows last week. I'm not going to open my Windows lab for that today. I'm sorry. But let's create a file. It's going to be Livia. So we're generating a public and a private RSA key pair. Let's give it a passphrase. And we create it. So we now have Livia and Livia pub. However, we did not copy that to Livia, or Livia in that Linode remote host doesn't have any authorized keys. We have to send that. So we can use SSH copy. Let me show one thing that is really interesting. Okay. All of this that I'm talking about SSH keys and how to do that, you guys can see this. Just this. You can see this on ssh.com Academy. It's a really nice resource to learn about SSH. Okay. And why is that? Any of the little details that I'm talking about SSH, you're going to see here. I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. It's all documented here. Especially because we are using OpenSSH as a client and as a server. But even if I was not using that, there's still documentation for it inside this this website. It is also added to the resources, so you can always check that. Okay. So if I wanted to copy my my public key to my remote host, that is my new server for Livia, for the user Livia, or so we saw that there wasn't anything about that there, right? Livia doesn't have an SSH directory, doesn't have an authorized key file. Okay, so if I want to copy, even if I mean, let's get the information here. We can use, there is one common little SSH copy ID. Let's just get this bigger because I need to see. Okay, what is SSH copy ID? How SSH copy ID works? We're going to use that. Okay, how to set it up. So we generated a new SSH key, right, for Livia. And now we're going to copy that to my new host. So you see, there isn't that much of a, there isn't any magic. I'm just copying that, that public key to my new user host, so I can use that. So let's get back here. And I also have here SSH copy ID. Let's see if we have a TLDR for that. Yeah, I want to copy my keys to the remote machine. So I can give a specific public key to send to the remote. And I can also use specific ports if I want. But only this is going to be okay. So we're going to use SSH copy ID -I. And I'm going to use Livia. And it's the public key, okay? It's already auto-completing for livia.pub. It's because we're sending the public key to the remote server. The private key stays with you. We don't share the private key. It's not going to work this way. And I wanted to send to Livia at what was my IP address, this one. And now it's asking for the password for Livia there. The password in the server, the password the user has in the server, not the password I created, the passphrase I created for the SSH key is the password for the user. So that's why I created a new user connected through password, just a plain password. And now I'm copying my my public key for Livia. So if I get back, it's still, you see that I'm not using the SSH yet. I'm just want to use the password so I can look at, now we have an SSH directory. And if we look at that, we do have an authorized key. And if we look at it, nope, nope, SSH. No, SSH authorized keys. We can see that little RSA public key that we created for Livia Potato. You see? So we have a way to copy that. So if I get back, and instead of using the plain password, I can just put here -I, use the private key Livia, and now it's going to request the passphrase for the key, not the password for the user in the server. And now we got in using SSH. Nice. So if you created last week a server in Linode, DigitalOcean, or Vultr, and you're just with root by now, change that, add a new user, give some sudo privileges, you're gonna need it, and create a new SSH key, or just copy the SSH key that I have already created for root, copy that for your new user. It's going to work the same way. Okay. So, what else? What else? Yes, one little thing that is going to change a little bit how you see it. You see that we're connecting all the time just using SSH, Livia, we're going to use user and the IP address, user and the IP address. It seems a little cumbersome, right? We can, especially if you're on Mac, okay, I'm not going through Windows today, but Linux or Mac, you're going to have the same idea using OpenSSH as a client. We can create here, I have, besides all this, I have an SSH directory as well, but we can create SSH config. We can create a config. So there's no config yet, but we are going to do what, let's use host, and my host is, let's call it potato. And for potato, the host name is actually the IP address. What was the IP address again? Let me get it from here, so I don't have to remember that all the time. And the user is going to be Livia. Okay, this is, it's just going to get a little shorter on what we can do for the config. So let's save that. So instead of using this whole line, we can just put here potato. And it's going to do the same thing. All right? Nice. Let's see, another thing that I wanted to show you guys today. I believe we can put that. Let's see. Let me just double check my notes. Where is that config? Just more information on the config. Reset keys. Now we copy ID. Yeah, I think we got it. Now let's just get one little thing. Let's say that I'm going to create it here. Another one. Let me just show you guys my Linode. And let's say that I wanted to create another one, and I'm going to create the same thing. I'm not going to be too crazy about it. CPU, one node, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'm going to tomato. And I'm going to use the same key. Okay, here I'm already creating with the key that I sent to create the first one. Here, this is already on my key wallet in the node. We're going to use the same. But let's say that I'm going to get to this server through the other server. This is actually I'm following up on a question for who was the guy? Is he here? There was a question last week about SSH agent and how you can forward that SSH to use from another server. To get to use a server as just like a jump box or a bastion, or to use your own SSH key to GitHub, for example, to download stuff and clone some other repos on a remote host. It's kind of a annoyance you having to copy your key, and it's not the best idea to copy your private key around. Like I said, keep your private key safe, as close to you as possible and on less places as possible, so you don't this is a security measure. But sometimes you want to clone a repo, or especially for GitHub, you want to clone a repo, or you want to use one server to hop into another, and you don't want to copy your keys. You can use SSH agent to forward that SSH session to another place. So we're going to do that. Okay. So let's just get back. This guy I can connect from here, from my actual first jump box. I'm already using jump boxes here, but I'm going to use SSH-I. This is the Linode key. Too much. To this guy, right? What is it? Yeah. Okay, this is good, but I want to do that from Potato. I want to do that from Potato. So how do I do that? How do I forward that? Because if I go to Potato, if I go to Potato, I don't have the credentials to do this. Okay, I can try, but it's not going to work. It's going to ask me for ask me for the actual root's password, not the SSH key. That is because I didn't block the use of a root password on an SSH connection. I didn't do that yet. But let's just say that I did that and it's not going to permit me to get into the server. So I can forward my session from my origin to that server. So I'm going to use eval, and if I want to show what an eval does, execute some arguments in a single command in the current shell and return the result. I mean, we're just going to show, actually we're going to get SSH agent to run. So if we also look at SSH agent, here, start an SSH agent for the current shell. That's what we want to do. Okay. So we got agent PID. So we have an SSH agent running now. And now we are going to forward that. We're going to SSH, and I'm going to show why I'm going to use that. We're going to use this flag, SSHA, and we're going to forward the authentication information from that remote machine. Okay, we're forwarding what we want. So I'm going to forward SSH-A, capital A. I'm going to forward which one I'm going to forward. We are going to forward from potato. Okay, I'm going to forward from potato. So we are going to forward root. Is it from root? Yeah. Okay. Now let's do that differently. I'm going to identify. I wanted to use linode here. Linode key root. Yes. And now I want to get this guy, the tomato one. Still doing the same thing. Yeah, I knew I didn't really test it before, so I don't have the lab the way I want it. Ah, no, I don't want it. Not what I wanted. Let me just think a bit. Created, yes. Just add it. Passphrase. Ah, yes, yes. I just forgot to do the SSH add. I knew it. SSH add. Sorry about that. Just forgot one little bit. Uh-huh. Yeah, that happens all the time. Yeah, Explorer. I use Google all the time. So it's here. And now we can use that. Let's see if I got it right. Okay. Ooh. Okay. So we just forward that session. It worked. I have to add the SSH, the private key to that session that I'm forwarding the agent. Okay, so if you have to, this is going to be really getting be interesting when you are trying to get stuff from you're cloning Git repos or anything like that, and to do that using SSH, you need the key that you created on GitHub, for example. But you don't want to get your private key all around in other servers, right? You want to keep it with you. So if you need to clone a repo, you can just forward that agent, and that's it. You don't have to really copy the ID, the private key to another server unnecessarily. Yeah, the access token. All right, so we got through a little bit on the part for the SSH client. We didn't explore yet the SSH server. We're going to do this in a minute. But how you guys feeling? You think that is it's information that you can use, or just nah? I'm gonna keep it doing the way I was doing before. And one thing that I can do on this guy, I can add identity file. This is going to be on home. What is it's Livia, right? It's Livia, just Livia. So I don't have to use entirely. So SSH potato is going to ask the passphrase for the key. That's it. Thanks, Explorer. Glad to have you here. So yeah, the agent is really it's an interesting tool when you have too many keys to work and you don't want to go copying pasting stuff. It's not really secure, and as much workload you're put on your hands to deal with the keys, the worse it gets. So if you can get that to a minimum, it's more secure and less of a work for you. So I mean, two things that were interesting on the SSH client side, the SSH config that we just yes, the SSH config that we just got it here. There's all of this can be found here. Okay, all of these parameters. Let me just get this a little less. You see, we have a bunch. The configuration options are many. And again, if you're using on a Mac specifically, there's you can still use this manual. Okay, it's going to work the same way. And if I'm not mistaken, there's some things for Windows as well. Let me get it. Uh, you can do some port forwarding, but I'm not going to do that today. I don't think that's necessary. Here's the format. Yeah, you can go crazy on this and explore as much as you like. Because I mean, I was just putting a lot of information um, in my command line to connect to the SSH, and now I can just use SSH potato and that's it. I'm in. And I can even get that the passphrase stored somewhere else, so I don't have even to type the passphrase. But I prefer to type it, but that's just me. So we got through the SSH client part. Let's get a little bit about the SSH server side of it. Okay. So here on the server, we can take a look. You know, let me show the actual service that is running. So we have systemctl status SSH. And this is the actual server, the SSH server running in our Linux server. And we could not connect using SSH if the server was not enabled in our target host. How to manage the config file when it becomes too long. I have thought of doing a bit of house cleaning, but I might need everything at some point. You can also do cross-referencing. I mean, you don't have to keep just one file. You can use config and a config directory and just reference things from other files. It doesn't really help on the house cleaning, but you don't keep all in one place. You can use files instead. Do we have this here? Let's see. No, empty files, arguments, configuration options. Let's see what else we can gather from this. On hosts. well, I have to host base authentication already, so let's see. What else? What else? What's this? CSV file. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of something that happens to other configuration files across Linux. You can have one configuration file, or you can have that that standard configuration file and a directory with several other files that are going to have specific information for specific other stuff, and you can reference it that. So actually, this is the next thing that I'm going to show, but on the server side. And we have the server, the SSH server, and we have this service that is going to be running in our server. That's exactly what it is. If I stop this service, I cannot log in again using SSH. That is what's going to happen. If I stop the SSH service in our server, I just lose my connection. I cannot connect back to SSH using SSH if I don't have that listening. Okay, so we have it's a must that the server is ready to serve, ready to listen to that call, that SSH call, so you can connect. Okay, so that's the first part. But if we look at and I'm going to just push through different days. Yeah, yeah, explore that really gets you. Okay, I messed up because you have to log in you have to use console to restart the service so you can access SSH again. And depending on the server that you have, how you have your server running, sometimes you only have console connection physically. You have to go to the machine. So yeah, I had that kind of trouble in other situations as well. This is not fun. This is not fun. I tell you that. So okay, where are we? Ah yes, I'm going to show you guys this little guy. Um, I'm just getting a little bit ahead of myself for the. This is probably day 4. I guess it's day 4. I just have my notes here. Ah yes, this is day 4. Ah, Hetzner. Ah, I didn't know this one. What? Hetzner console. Hetzner console. Ah. Oh yeah. Okay. Hetzner. Oh. Uh huh. Ooh, this looks. Let's see. I count. This looks enterprisey. I'll see if I can try that out. Doesn't seem to be just go see the registry. Hmm. I'll check that out. So getting back, since SSH is also a service, it's going to be listening. We are going to have the configuration for that service in our directory for all of that. Configuration for stuff that runs on the server. There are system-wide interactions or anything like that. Is going to be on /etc. I'm going to get back to that, the little details of the directories, but just to show the information about SSH, we're going to see that here on etc. etc. I don't know. I call it etc, but you can call etc. And you're going to see that here, SSH. And you can look at etc SSH. And you're going to see the config for that. Yeah, you can disabling a server at boot time. Oh yeah. I mean, this is another level of hell. Because you take some time to understand what did I do. When it just stop the service is one thing, because you know that you messed up. But it's if it's disabled at boot time and you have to reboot for, I don't know, maintenance or something, that's another way of getting a heart attack. Yeah, not fun as well. Because I don't have access. Is it on? Is it on? I don't know. But okay. All right, let's. I'm getting distracted, guys. Let me take a look at the configuration for SSH. I'm just going to do an overview, okay? So it's etc SSH, and I'm going to look at SSH config. Okay. This is quite self-documented in a way, so you have a lot of information already here. And one of the things that I was talking about Explorer that happens a lot in configuration files is this. You can include anything that is inside another directory. Okay, so I believe this line will work the same way in your SSH config. But I didn't try that, so Mateo is going to correct me. Please, Mateus, correct me. I mean, of course, you have to change the actual directory here, but the idea is the same. Do I have include on that? Let's see. Do I have include? Is it one of the options? Let's take a look at the main page. Okay, I just got curious now. Okay, we have forwarding, find host keys, version files. Ah, we do have SSH config. Okay, we have the files. Here, SSH config. This is per user configuration file. The file format and configuration options are described here. SSH config file. Because of the potential for abuse, this file must have strict permissions, read-write for user, and not writable by others. Okay. So let's take a look. Can we include? Okay, this is for etc. Yeah. Post match. Add keys to agent. Certificate file, ciphers. Port X11. Hash, host keys. Identities only. Identity agent. Include. Okay, include the specified configuration files. Multiple path names may be specified, and each path name may contain glob wildcards. For user configurations, shall like home preferences to user home directories. Files without absolute path are assumed to be in home.ssh if included in a user configuration file. So it does apply that information. So you can use the same idea for your user SSH config explorer. So instead of putting everything on the config file itself, you can use an include. Just like this, and put on a file inside your home, or is going to assume is going to be on home.ssh directory. And you can even change this. You can change to not being .conf or anything like that. It's a wildcard. So everything .conf inside the directory etc ssh config.d. This is the case for the oh no, the ssh config, the service configuration is going to have all of this, and is going to include anything that is inside the SSH. Let me show it. etc SSH SSH config.d, and I will have to use that. SSH config.d. We don't have anything, so it's saying that I'm going to pull anything that is inside that directory, but if it's empty, I don't have to use anything. So same idea. Okay, so you can instead of having all of your keys in one giant config file, you can just include in the ones that you want to take note. You can put file by file. I mean, it's a little bit easier to manage, I suppose. But let me know if that worked for you after you do your housekeeping, okay? So let me put a little bit more water. All right. Thanks for the question. So let's get our server a little bit more custom made. So a few things that we want to check in this config file for our SSH service. You see that we have a lot of things here with a pound sign in the beginning of the line. That indicates that this line is commented, so it's not being executed at all. Anything else that doesn't have, it's going to, am I on the right config file? Yeah. Do you want to check SSHD config? Yeah, that's the one that I want to see. So we have, let me just take a look if we have anything on the SSHD config. No, we don't have anything. Good. So few details of our SSH service. We are using SSH on port 22. This is kind of standard, so it is commented out because it's not really changing anything out of the standard. Okay, the listening or the keys that are going to be using. But we have one little thing that we want to comment out. That's permit root logging. We're not going to comment out. Actually, we're going to change to no. Okay, we're going to change to no. I don't want root to log in using password. We can do that now, but I want to prevent that to happen. Okay. Public authentication, yes. Authorization. What was the other one? Password authentication is also yes. But let's do one thing at a time. Okay, let's save this. And although stopping services, it's dangerous, we have to get SSH to read that file, that configuration file again. So how do we do that? Any ideas? Yeah. Yeah, we're going to restart the service. So sudo systemctl restart SSH. Do we have reload? Let's see if we have reload. We do have reload. So I'm going to reload. And if we want to know the difference between restart and reload, we can look at the manual for systemctl. We can see restart. Restart is going to stop and then start one or more units from specified on the command line. And reload, oops, reload. I want just reload. I know. Here. Reload. Ask all units listed on the command line to reload their configuration. So it's not really a stop and start. It's a reload your config. So let's use reload. Okay. Sudo. Come on. Sudo systemctl reload SSH. So we're not really going to stop and start the service. So we are not going to be kicked out or anything like that. So one thing that we were able to do was to log in as root, and I want that to stop. I don't want to be able to log in as root anymore. So that it? Did you get it right? Yeah, we are not permitting login as root anymore. So let's get back to potato. So what else we can do on that? Password authentication is also yes. So if we did, and I'm going to do that again, I'm going to go back and forth all the time. Okay, we are using this one, and we can still use Livia being logged in using just password, right? Just plain password. You see, it's asking for a Livia password. I can still do it, but I don't want to. I wanted to be able to only log in using SSH key. I wanted to use that SSH key as authentication. I don't want it to use plain password to log in. Why I'm doing that? Because to crack SSH key is a little bit more cumbersome than trying to crack just a regular user password, plain password, right? And that information, just keep that at the back of your mind, because next week we are going to get our web server running, and we're going to look at other things from our authentication logs and all that. You're going to see how ugly it can be. Okay, so let's get our security a little bit tighter, and we're going to change this to no. I don't want password authentication. And let's reload that again. And let's try it. So let's try to use just plain password. And it's not even going to ask me the password. So no. You need a public key to log in. You can only do this with an SSH key. So alright, let's do potato then. And then we're back. How does that sound? Of course, this is just one, the tip of iceberg of how to safeguard your server. I mean, you can use fail to ban. That is another tool that we can install and configure to ban an IP address from trying too many times, and other stuff. Even inside the configuration for this service, the SSH service, you see that we have a bunch of options. You see that we can do X11 forwarding. We can stop that as well. There's a few things that are already enabled, but a bunch of others that are not even uncommented. If it's commented, it could be yes or no. It's not going to have any effect. But if it's not commented, I mean, you're seeing that is even a different color. It's going to explicitly read that information if it's a yes or no. Okay, for that detail. So if we want to check more about it, we can use SSHD, I guess. Yes. So we can see the details for the daemon or the service for SSH inside our server. So yes, we can use this guy, SSHD config. So instead of using man SSHD, I'm going to SSHD config. It's going to give me all the options. Few things that are default, and all of the other parameters. Allow string local forwarding, that one for permit. Permit listen. Permit empty passwords, password authentication, the ones that we just got through, and a bunch of others. So if you want to really get inside that, you can. There is the manual for that. And if I'm not mistaken, we also have that here. So SSHD config. How to configure the open SSH server. Wow. It's a little bit more friendly, I guess. Thanks, Explorer. This is going to be recorded on YouTube, so if you want to catch up later, it's going to be there. All right. But thanks for joining. I really appreciate. So if you want to know a little bit more, there's the relationship between the configuration files. That's bit deeper into the SSH. But what I wanted to talk about SSH, I guess we got it covered, right? Is for the challenge, you just got up with a new server, and your server you created, for example, in Linux, DigitalOcean, or Vultr. They are notably cheaper, and you have the credits to burn for 1 or 2 months. It's okay, and what you need to do is good practice. Create your new regular user. Give it some privileges. Give it the sudo privileges, and just close it up a little bit, your SSH connection. Okay, it's going to be a good one. And then we are on day 1. So an hour and a half after we started, and we are on day 1. But we still have time. Okay, we're still going to get through it. Awesome. You guys feeling okay? Is all good? So now we're going to learn some Linux. Oh gosh. So everything that I'm going to talk about from now on, it's going to be only inside the server. So we're going just back and forth. Yeah, finally. Many hours later, we can really start to talk about Linux. So if we from now on, we're not going to go back and forth that much as we've been doing. I know SSH can be a little too much information in the beginning, and you can always get back to that. The sessions are being recorded now, so if you are not really getting all of that information, just get through the first days of the challenge, and you're going to start to understand a little bit more on how things work. And what I just vomit in this first few hours of streaming are going to make a lot more sense. Okay, so don't give up. I know this sounds a little daunting, but it's going to get a lot easier, right? So the next few hours are going to be actually until the end of the challenge. We're going to just stay inside our server. Okay, we're not going to get that much out of it, and so if you have any troubles to connect or anything like that, that was on day 0 and a little bit on day 1, and now we're going to deal with the actual server. Okay, so we just got into our server. We got our new user. This is Livia. I'm a local host. And what kind of things I can do with my server? I mean, when you got your computer and you have doesn't matter which uh, operational system you have running, there are a few things that are kind of required to understand. Is the previous videos of live chat available online on YouTube? Yeah, they are on YouTube. This is being also being streamed to YouTube right now. Let me just get you the. Let me see if I got it. YouTube. I used to do only on Twitch, but Twitch doesn't keep the live streams that long. So, yeah. Sure. This is for today's live stream. Okay, so this is going to be there. The other live streams as well from last week, and the others we're going to do this month, from the month of May. Okay. So getting back to day 1, few things that you want to get acquainted with your server. One of the first tools you can use is uptime. How long have my server been up? So it's supposed to be an hour and something. Is that it? We can. Actually, I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to get ahead of myself, but this is for a good cause. Okay, there is. It's not going to be here. No. I want you guys to. I'm already talking about manuals and using TLDR for a few things, but start your day. Start your server with this guy. Install TLDR. Top left, down right. You see that is a magical command that you can use to. Yes, I have to update. What is it? What is it? Is update? Is update? What is it? Hang on. I just can't remember. Let me see if it's TLDR update. No. Hang on. Hang on. Nothing like checking the actual Main page. Ah, yeah. TLDR dash update. Ah, yes, because it was not created yet. Okay. What did I do wrong? Okay, we created. Yeah. Small p. Ah, too late. Okay, now we got it. TLDR uptime. So for every little tool, every little comment that I'm going to use, why I'm using TLDR, this is kind of it's a summary with the most used combinations or the most looked at information from the manual for that comment. So you see the manual is this is not a really big manual, but you're going to see that the manual is going to have a lot more text to read. So if you want to, okay, just give me the essentials of that. TLDR is your man. Okay. So we're going to use both. TLDR when I just want something quick, and man for manual when I want the whole picture and I want to see more in detail. Okay, so we're just getting ahead of ourselves, and this is day 2 when we talk about manuals. But I'm going to get back to that. Okay, I'm going to mix it up. All of that we're going to mix it up. I don't care. It's all one thing, right? So one of the things uptime. And if I want to understand what that uptime is, I can use pretty. It's up for 1 hour and 90 minutes. So you see that this is the guy, and this is just the time, the actual current time. And there's some information for load, but this is interesting when you're checking for some performance stats, but it's not the best one. So uptime is the first thing. You want your general status of your server. You're going to use uptime, and you can use uname. Just uname is going to, okay, this is a Linux, but I want all of the parameters for uname is going to show a little bit more. It's going to give me that this is a Linux. The host name of this server is localhost. We didn't change that yet. What is the version of our kernel? This is an Ubuntu. We have the time. This is working on UTC. And what is the architecture? And that's pretty much it. So if you want more on what uname can give us, we can get little pieces of that information. So I just want to know which is my machine. Okay, this is the architecture that you're running on. This is a 8664. I want to know the kernel version. Kernel version. Okay, this is the kernel version. I wanted to see the kernel release. Is that the kernel release? And if I want more about uname, manual is going to give me all of the possible parameters I can use. And you see that there isn't that much. It's a pretty simple command for general status. Okay. So what else? Let's check our memory. How much memory do we have? I'm going to use free. And this is not really human readable, human friendly format. I mean, there's a bunch of numbers. If you want some human friendly format, something that a human can understand, we use -h. And it's going to give me in megabytes and kilobytes. Okay, it's a little bit better, right? So again, if I want free, we have just display the system memory, or display. I can also change that format specifically. Okay, I can say how much, what is the measure that I'm using, and if I don't really care. Oh, thank you, Mateus. So we have that Linux. I'm going to put that on the chat as well. Linux. Let me open it here so you guys can see. Linux ate my RAM. Yeah. So you can see the user free. We can see how much we have available. This is pretty nice. I'm going to put it on resources. Warning signs. And this is a pretty quick way to measure it, okay? Right, so free is another one that we can use to check the general hardware. We're just gonna get through a few hardware comments to check memory. We just check the general status, but memory, CPU, we can list our CPU. This is kind of a long way to do it, but you have the complete information of the CPU that you're using on your VPS. We have only one CPU, one core actually, available to us. You see, we have the module, the CPU family, we have cores and the sockets. What else? We have some information on the virtualization that we're doing. Okay, don't forget this. The server is not really a physical server in our hands. This is a server that is being virtualized in a data center somewhere. And that's it. But if you want more information from that, let's see what we can get. Can get extended. What would be extended? Oh, no. Ooh, okay. Let's see core then. Nope. Okay. And CPU. Where this is coming from. Ah, it's for online. Okay. So, information on your CPU. This is just the hardware information, doesn't really give me what is using the CPU. For that, to have your list of processes and other stuff that are consuming CPU and other resources, actually, you're going to use top. Top is the old one. You're going to have top on any server. I don't see not having on any other Linux server. You can get out of this using Q as quit. But if you want something prettier, let's see if we have htop. We do have htop. It's just gonna be a little bit pretty, okay? With more information on the load average and all that. And you have you can use a lot of more information changing the filters. For that, you can have the setup and all that. You see that you have the function. Oh, thank you. Have the jeez. What did I do? Oh, display options, columns. Yeah, we just check it on using ask to get back, and you can use. Oh, okay, let's use F3. Yeah, it's going to search for what can we search here? SSH. Here, you can look here at the bottom bar. I'm doing a search for SSH, and it just got my process here. This is the service. It's running. Not consuming that much. It's pretty light. And I can use ask to cancel. If I want to set up, I'm going to function 2. I'm going to set up how I want it to show me the things. We can use space to hide some things or to enable. I mean, I like htop a little bit more than regular top because of this. You can really customize to your liking how you want to see it. There is also ways to do that with top, but I don't think they are as intuitive. Okay, so let's get quit. And again, if you want more information, you can use the manual. It's going to give a lot. This is a big one. It's going to give you details of what you can use. Or htop. Same thing. Okay, iterative commands is going to give you all of the things that you need to know to use. As you will have for TLDR. Okay. More hardware surveying commands. Yes. ls hardware, lshw. And then the code. EMID code. So, okay, let's ls. Okay, that is a bunch of stuff, and you can surveillance code. Yes, we to use sudo for that. Okay, we have the ls hardware is going to give you TLDR as hardware. It's going to give you a more complete list of your hardware here on the server. And what is for the EMID code? What does it do? Yes, it's going to show my table contents. Can check for BIOS, processor, memory. Let's use this one. You see, okay. Physical memory array. Nice couple of comments. LS hardware, you're going to use this when you're working more closely to the hardware itself. When you have some requirements for the system or anything like that, okay? So we just got a little bit for the general status, memory, CPU, storage. This is going to be used a lot more, okay? DF, and I'm going to show you what DF is about. DF is to show you an overview of file system disk space usage. Okay, so if I want to display all file systems and their disk usage in a human readable form, again, if you're going to see this this general tools, if you have a -H, sometimes, not all the times, but you're gonna see that is a pattern -H for human or human readable form. So if you use df-h, you're gonna see my file systems and how much how big is the size and how much is being used and how much is still available. Okay, you have this usage percentage as well and what is mounted on. Yes, we have ls PCI, ls USB, ls BLK, that is for the blocks. But on a side, thanks Mateus. On a side note, for what you're going to use is really going to depend how much information do you want and what is the specific information that you need. Okay, so here we are looking at the file systems. We're not looking at the blocks, the block of memory from the devices. That is going to all storage devices. So ls, okay. You see that is different from DF. We're looking at disks. You see the SDA is here. SDA is also here, but we're not looking at the disk level. Here we're looking at the disk level. Here you're looking at the file system level. So that's what's going to change between the commands that you're going to use. Okay, so we used ls block. Let's use ls PCI. Is going to show yeah, the information from PCI basically. ls USB. I don't believe it's going to have anything here. No. ls USB is going to be more for your desktop or if you have USB connection for that. Okay. Let's see what else. Oh yes. This one is a good one. I believe we have to install it. Yeah, we do have to install it. 3 is nice. Let's use sudo apt install 3. 3. Let's go 3. Yes. TLDR 3. What does 3 do? Show the contents of a current directory. As a tree, that is more of the presentation of the information than anything else. So if we use where are we? Yes, let's go to the root and we can use 3. Yeah, that's a lot. So if you have you input some command that just got all crazy, you can use Control C to stop the command from running. It's going to interrupt the program, okay? You can see that I tried a couple times. Okay, so using that information in our favor, since we already talked about a little bit about file systems and 3 to show us the file system, to show us the form. Yeah, Control D, no. Control C is more local. Control D is a different beast. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're just showing the contents of the current directory in a tree form. So if we can get back some of that, you see that yeah, too much. You see that it's going as a tree form. Inside this directory, we have these files, and we have another directory that have another directory and have more files. This is kind of what we're looking at. But since we're already talking about the file system and the directory structure and all that, let me show you guys the actual file system for Linux. Oh, it's not yet. Okay. All right. Let's just take a look here. Thing. Yeah, I'll have to use V. This is new. Yeah, it does take a path f as an argument. You see, we can use just the actual, or we can determine the directory that we want to see. But since we are here, and we just talk a little bit about storage and file systems, let's navigate through our directory structure just a little bit. So I've been used already these commands, but I didn't explain them at all. When you get your first moment that you log in into your server, let me just clear. You just get this, right? You get your name, or if you didn't change anything yet, the your host name. And then sometimes it's not going to happen for all of the servers, but this is kind of a standard for Ubuntu, I guess. Yeah, my live stream just got a little bit disconnected for a moment. You guys hearing me okay? Okay. I have to keep monitoring this all the time. Crazy. Okay, getting back. So this is the first thing you're gonna see on your server, right? But what do I do? What is the first thing that I should type? I've been already just copying pasting stuff, Thanks, Kimo. Appreciate for the feedback. Let me know if the live stream just gets a little bit weird. So, what should we do? We already worked a bit of uptime and checking for hardware information and the storage, but how do I navigate between stuff inside my server? You're gonna see that a couple of commands that are really required. The first is the uh, um, my personal working directory, or the directory that I'm having that I am on at this moment. It's going to use pwd. You see, I'm going to be on home/home/Livia. This is my home directory. If I change directories and I use pwd again, it's going to show me where am I in the file structure, okay, in the directory structure. So if I want to list everything that I have on my directory, the current directory that I'm on, I use ls. Doesn't seem to have anything here. pwd-p pwd-p. And if we take a look of what pwd is, it's going to print. Yes, print. What's the P again? Yeah, print working directory. Print the directory I'm working on now. So it's going to print the name of the working or the current directory. So there isn't much of difference, but yeah, I'll just try that out. We just don't have anything on the current directory to have any difference from this one. Okay, so I want to know where am I? pwd. If I want to change the directory that I'm on, I can change directory. I can use cd to go to, for example, I can go to the root directory. And if I want to see what is inside, I can use ls. ls is going to list the directory contents. So if I just give it an ls here, it's going to say, okay, I have a lot more stuff on the root directory than in my home directory. And that is the part. Is this running? Let me just see. Is it V here? Here. No. Why is it? Okay, install it. No problem. Let's see why not. Come on. Ah, yes, because I'm going all the way. The stupid. Okay, so you want to understand what is the actual directory structure for Linux. This is the manual for the hierarchy of the file system. Okay, so everything starts at the root directory, that is just a slash. And everything is under this. So we can see that we have already we took a look at the /etc. That where the configuration files are on. Everything that is going to be installed, or all of this system programs, or the services that are running, they're going to have the configuration files all in the /etc. If it does concern the whole system, it's going to be on /etc on the root directory, root etc. If it's specific for group or user, it's going to be probably on user etc. We do have that as well. But we're mostly going to have whatever is for the system-wide information on etc. Okay. Let me get to home. That is where we were when we started, when we connected to the SSH and get to the server. Is going Each user in the system is going to have a home directory with the kind of it's not an exception, but it is an exception. The root user doesn't have a /home/root. It does have /root. Okay, because it's a different user, is the almighty user. It's not going to be on /home. Okay, so if we go down a little bit, here. This directory /root is the home directory for the root user. It is optional, but it's kind of a standard, so it's going to see most places. Okay. We're going to see the binaries for the commands and other programs is going to be on /bin or /sbin to hold commands that need to boot, or they are usually not executed. But you see, if you want to check, I do have this on the day one instructions. Where is it? Actually, on day two extension. Where is it? Yeah, file system. No. Not what I want to see. This guy. This is DigitalOcean is quite nice in this matter. They have a lot of very beginner friendly tutorials. But yeah, Linux Journey too. File system. So there's a few exercises, and you can see the descriptions for the file systems and all that. Actually, Linux Journey is quite nice. It's a good complement to understand and start learning Linux. But if you want to check the manual, it does have a lot of information. TLDR. Yeah, it's not going to have it. It's just going to be man and here for hierarchy. Okay, so this is the directory structure. So if we already got through with pwd print working directory. Now I am on root. If I want to change directory, I use cd, so I can go back to home Livia. And one little trick, I'm using tab to complete stuff. It's not really a standard for all of Linux distributions, but you're gonna see that the tab completion is going to really save your day. Okay, so when you hit tab, is going to try to complete with what could be there. So for example, I'm using CDs, one of the things, but I want to see what else I have for that starts with /ho, and it's going to just a tab is going, okay, I only have home that fit that information. But I want to change that for slash something, and I have a bunch of other directories inside. So you see that when I hit tab once, it didn't get me anything. It just get me a blip on my terminal. But if I hit tab twice, it gives me all the options that I have for that. So I want home, and there's only one user, so this Livia is going to home Livia, and I change directory CD. So TLDR for CD, we have a few options. Just CD and the path to directory is the simplest one. But if I want to get from Livia to home, I can use CD dot dot. I'm going to go one level up. So now where am I? I am slash home. So now I want to go back to Livia. Where am I? Home Livia. You can see that we can go down further and further, or you can give the whole path. And that is when we see the difference between the relative path and the full path, or the complete path for anything. Absolute path. That's the word. Absolute path. So if you're gonna use something that is relative path, let's get back to root again, and we just have the ls for just list all the files and directories here. If we check home, we have Livia in there. If we check home Livia, we have nothing in there so far. We're going to get to all of the options for ls just in a minute. I can go just to go to home. Instead of using just, I can use home Livia, or I can use this is the absolute path, or I can use the relative path. I can use dot because it's inside home. I'm using home and Livia. So that's the point where I look of the flags for ls. Okay, so if we check here, TLDR ls, I wanted to show you in a long format list. So instead of just ls, I'm going to ls-l. Doesn't have anything. Let's get back to root. Okay, this is the long list now. Instead of just the names of the files and directories, I have a long list. I do have this information that is for permissions. We have the owner group, and we have the size, but it's not really on a human readable way. Remember that anything with H kinds of go as human readable, and that's the point here. You see that it's 4K for 3.8K, and especially for this detail. Okay, so taking a look again for ls, what we used now was long format list with size display with human readable units. And we can use let's see what else. Let's go to something. Oh yes. This is the point. Let's check home, and I want to use that here as well. Nothing, just Livia. And I wanted to show you guys another one. It's going to show me all of the files. So I'm going to use LA, or I can keep the H. And we have two directories that were not here before. What is that? The dot and dot dot again. those are references that we used. Remember that we go to an upper level, we use dot dot. So we got up, and when we use dot for the relative path, it's saying that it's this directory. So the references that we have here is here, one dot, or one up, that is dot dot. So let's check what else cd can show us. So you go to a parent of the current directory, use cd dot dot. If I wanted to go to just dot, it's going to home again. You see, I didn't change anything really. And exactly what Mateus is saying, it's not really something that exists. It is a reference. So it's a reference to my current directory and a reference to the parent directory. Okay, so every directory is going to have that. And we just used this for go to the whole path or the absolute path of directory. We use cd dot dot to go to the parent. We use cd to go to yeah, we can use that as well. We use cd slash to go to the root directory. And I was in root directory, right? So I can just get back there. What is this? Thanks for the following. Rafinha! Thanks for joining. And thanks for the follow. Yeah, spoiled it. So let's get back to root. And then we go to root home Livia again. And we were on root, so I want to get back there. Instead of just using cd cd slash, I can just use a dash. It's going to get me back there. But if I want to get back to home Livia again, I'm just going back and forth to directories. I can use cd dash again, and I'm back to home Livia. Nice. Okay, so tldr cd again. And I'm going to go to somewhere really... Okay, let's etc something. Come on, give me something. Yes, it's okay. We just got a bigger path, okay? And I want to go to slash var log. Let's see where the apt. Okay, we got really different paths. So if I print my work directory, now I'm on var log apt. If I use cd dash, I'm back there to the etc ssh sshd config that I was before. And now I want to go to my home directory. I can use slash home slash Livia, but I can use just cd. Wow. Nice. Or instead of using just cd, you can use tilde. Cd tilde is going to get you back to home again. And yes, Mateus. Any arguments? Without any arguments, is going to send you to cd tilde or cd home. There is that's what we're doing here. Yeah. So all of this that I'm going back and forth, the PWD and that information on where do I get this, that I'm going back to that, you're gonna see those guys here on printf. You see that the old PWD, or the old working directory that I was on, was etc ssh sshd config. That was the ones that I was previously. And the current one is here, PWD is home Livia. So if I get back to that, it's going to old PWD. And if I actually, I can just echo. You see, it changed. It changed from etc ssh to home Livia. So this is going to be dynamically changed every time you navigate through the file system. Okay, so we just, all right, we know the current directory we on, right? The working directory. We know how to change directory, to go navigate between the directories. We can go up, we can go down. We use it a little tricks with the tilde and the dash, or just cd. There's going to our actual home. Let's see what else. We checked a little bit of ls. Where am I? Here. ls dash a. We use ls dash l. Let's get one up. ls dash a. ls dash l. ls dash l h, and all of that. We do have more for ls, a lot more information that we can use. And okay, we're just navigating, but how we create stuff now? This is all the things that are there, but how can we create stuff, create directories, create files, and rename it or delete it? Let's create. First, let's get back to our home directory so we can do a lot of more damage. And we don't have anything here, right? We just have our basic hidden files. Why they are hidden? You can see that they start with a little dot here. When I use it just ls, they didn't appear because they are kind of configurations for your profile, for your user. So you're going to see we're using bash as our shell. So there's going to be the bash history, the bash rc, and some information for the profile. We have cache, and the ssh we already talked about. There's gonna be a bunch of stuff there. So these guys are hidden files. They're not going to be visible normally because they're not supposed to be dealt with all the time. Okay. But if I want to create a new file, I can use touch. It's going to create an empty file. So this is going to be my file 1. And if I do a ls, it's going to show me here, file 1. ls lh is going to give me the full information on that file. If I want to know what type of file is that, I can use, is it type or is it file, Mateus? File 1? No, it's a file. File 1. It's an empty file. Type is for built-in, right? So we have a empty file here. So we can touch files this way. We can touch, I don't know, this is my second file. And this is also an empty file. Yeah, this for comments. Okay. And you see, I can put anything I want as my third file. For example, I can put an extension here, and it doesn't really matter because for the Linux file system, everything is a file, so it's not going to really depend on the extension that you put on the name. It's going to facilitate for a few things, but is the type of the file is that what matters the most. So if I created an empty file, doesn't matter that I put a txt. It's not going to be a text file because of that. Okay, it's still an empty file. All right, thanks, Mateus. Okay, so we just touched a couple files here, but how do I remove it? Like, how can I delete those files? So let's take a look here. We have, this is my list of files. So I have file 1, my third file, my second file. I want to delete or remove my second file. I can use that rm. So if I want to see more information on rm, you can see that I can just give the path. It can be a relative path or just or the absolute path. Doesn't matter. I can remove. I can force the deletion of that. I can do that interactively, or I can be verbose about it. What else? And I can do that recursively. We're done to talk about recursively in just one moment, okay? But here we have our files. Let's create a couple of directories as well. So to create a directory, I can use mk dir. So I'm making a directory. So this is dir1. If I want to create a and I just have that problem today. I want to create, let's just put it here. I want to create a, oh no, mkdir. I want to create a sequence of directories. There are one inside the other. I use -p, and this is a lowercase p. Livia is a lowercase p, not a uppercase p, to create that. So I can use mkdir, dir2, dir3, dir4. No, I cannot. Why? Because I didn't put the p? Yes. Yeah. So if I look at my structure here, I have dir1 that I just created. I have dir2, and if I look inside dir2, I have dir3. If I want to see that 3 command in action, I can use this one. So this is my 3. I have dir1, dir2, dir3, and dir4, and I have file 1, and I have my third file. And I can touch files inside those directories. So I can touch inside dir1, I can touch file 2. And here we go. We have from where I'm in, that is my home, I have dir1 and file2 is inside dir1. But I have already a file created here and I want to move that file to another location, another directory. I use mv for move. So if we look at mv, mv is not only to move, but we use it to rename files. Why? Because we're not just when we move, we're just changing the whole idea of where is it, but we're not changing the name of the file, but we can change the name of the file when we move it. So I can change, for example, I can just rename my third file here for file3, and here we go. We change the name of the file. Or I can move file3 to dir2, dir3, and it's going to get there. You see, move it file3. And if we want to I want to move file1, but I want to change the name of that. I can do that too. So I can move file1 to dir2, dir3, dir4, and I'm going to change to file4. So now you see file1 doesn't exist anymore. It just changed the name for file4. So that was pretty much it for MV. You can do a bunch more. It's pretty much it. But I don't want it to move my file. I want to copy the file. So I can use cp for copy. So I want to copy file4 for file1 again. So I give the whole path dir2, dir3, dir4, file4. I want it to be on dir2 as file1. So we created. Here it is. File1 is inside dir2. It is the same as file4. We just copy that. What else for mkdir? And I wanted, okay, I want to, let's see what I want. Yes. I want to delete dir1. Two things that I could use that. If I just remove the file, just delete the file inside dir2. It's rm. Okay, I deleted the file and I'm doing it wrong. It was dir1. I don't delete dir1 file2. Want delete file2. Now this directory is empty. I can use rmdir. Can remove just the directory. So I can remove dir1. But if I want to do that same thing, I'm going to go there. dir2, dir3. I want to do the same thing for dir4, but dir4 has a file inside. I cannot use rmdir for dir4. You say directory not empty. rmdir is only for directories without files. So I cannot really do that. But remember that we just checked for rm for remove that we can do recursively. We can remove recursively. Therefore, I'm going to remove the contents of dir4 and dir4. So you see Let's use 3 again. Home. You see, dear 4 no longer here. Wow, you guys really talked. Let's see. Ah, yeah, no, don't use this. RM, RF. No, don't use this. This is dangerous. No. You can also create files with predefined content. Yeah, we can echo and add that to the using pipes or using the redirecting. There was one thing that I used not long ago. Let me just double check here. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Yeah, I know I have it somewhere. But there's a way. Yeah, you can echo the content and just redirect to location. Yeah. Okay. So far so good. This is the basic navigation and usage of creating copy, removing, renaming directories and files. We just checked CD, LS. We already talked about the manual. So read the manual. And TLDR, which is top notch. There is another one that is interesting, but it's more for comments that you. I know I have a tool that does this, but I don't remember the name. You can use apropos. So I want a comment that lists stuff. It's going to give me a bunch of stuff, but you're gonna see that all the LSs are going to be here. If I want more, let's see, apropos, I can use a specific. You see, yeah, I can use regular expressions. Okay, let's see if it's going to work. Apropos list content. Okay, with list content, you see that I get the actual part of the description of that program. It's going to search for keywords or whatever you put it here. Okay. So if I want a program that lists content of something, it's going to show me this ls init remfs. It's going to content of this image, or 3 is going to list the contents of directories in a tree-like format. So it's the little description that is going to search for. So yeah, apropos man TLDR, and we got through the file system hierarchy. And yeah, I'm going to leave it at that. We're still on day 2. Oh, well, wow, lots. Okay. Uh, so let's get this going a little bit. The the navigation on the server should be covered. We're going to add more stuff along the way. Okay, but are you guys all good here? I guess you are. So, dun, dun, dun. Okay. So I'm going to show a little bit about the. I just mentioned sudo and having privileges to work with your regular user. But let's get a little bit into it. Okay. So why should you have at least one user with sudo privileges? You already noticed that I use sudo. Let's just get history. You're going to see that. Actually, one of the many things that are going to have uh, interesting details is your history. When you type history, it's going to actually, you see that we have bash history here. So if we gather the information inside bash history, is basically uh, a bit of what you're seeing here. Okay, it's not going to have all of it. Most of it is going to be stored uh, on on another. I'm just getting too much in my head here. Hang on. Where is history? Just got history. Ah, yeah, but it's here. That's why I was not found it. Okay, I just got distracted. But yeah, if you look at our history, you're gonna see that I use it sudo just a couple times. Where is sudo? Yeah, I use sudo to install stuff and to modify a system configuration file. But what exactly is sudo? Let's use sudo. So sudo executes a command, whatever you put after sudo, as the super user or another user. But basically, if I just put sudo, it's going to execute whatever I have as a super user. And what is that? It means that I have the privilege to change something system-wide, something that the root would have powers to do. Okay, so when I get, for example, we created Livia just today. We created that user, and we have to add Livia to the group of sudos or sudoers. What that means that if we use, and you're just gonna have to change this file if you have more people in your system that needs specific privileges. If you just add for a specific group of sudoers, I'm not really going to use vsudo for that. But if, yes, because I need to do that as sudo. Thank you, Livia. Okay. This vsudo is the command that we use to edit etc sudoers. That is, what does that mean? That the privileges that are that we gave to specific users that are not root. So here is where you give privileges. Okay, so we have some specific information. Please consider adding local content to suitors instead of just modifying this file. I mean, that's a bit of policy that you can follow. Okay, it's going to have a little bit information about the defaults. Again, everything that starts with a pound or hashtag, whatever, is going to be commented out, so it's not really being executed. And here are the lines that are being executed. Okay, so we have that root has all privileges, and all the members from admin or members from sudo group also have that privilege. The difference is for the person that is not root to execute a sudo command. In this point, we have that is going to request the password for that user. But this is something that you can turn off. It doesn't have to request the password, which I think is not really the best way. Requesting password is always a good way to, okay, you're doing something that you should know what you're doing. So at least remember you have a password, you know? So that's it. We can add more people here. I prefer to separate people, to separate the users in groups that have that role. I mean, the same user can be in different groups. It doesn't have to be one group only. So if you decide that, for example, the SQL admins, the DBAs, have to have some kind of a privilege to work into the server, you're going to change that here. Okay, you're going to add, for example, DBA group is going to have maybe not all privileges, but some privileges. Okay, to change some of the things they're going to do. So let me just get back out of this. And I'm going to do amend sudoers. Is this sudoers? Yes. So this is the sudo security policy. And it's going to describe all of that we're supposed to change in the etc sudoers. That's why we use vsudo. Is another layer of security. Don't modify this because it's important. Modify only if you know what you're doing. Okay. We got some parameters here, and what I wanted to show. The file format. Symbol. Himalayas. Getting there. You can see that I already have some specifications and some details about sudo, how to use sudo. Yeah, you saw that we have all on our file, and this is a reserved word, and it's going to get all of the possible privileges available to that user or group. Boolean, okay. Now it's here. format. Denied. Okay. Ah, yes, that's the examples. Because instead of just using all, you can use other reserved words. They're going to be used as alias inside the file. Okay. Okay. And you can specify that inside the file as well. Okay. Example. Yeah, that's the example I wanted. You see, for the user specification, you got obviously root is going to be all. It's going to be access to everything. But for example, you can have some sysadmins to run a command without host or 20 hosts without authenticating themselves, so no password. That's the part of that I said that you can use sudo without putting your password afterwards. So you put no password instead. And here are other examples of this. Can be for a group. You see that there's the percentage sign, and for example, for operators, and or just the name of a user, just username. You can be specific for one user. So that's why it's a kind of it's dangerous in that point, because you can give privileges to people that shouldn't have privileges. So that's why try to get from roles inside groups and give the right privileges to groups instead. So if a person is still going to be a user but is changing roles or is not really supposed to be working with that part of the application or anything, you just revoke the membership for a group or change that person to another group, because all of their files is going to be the same, but the actual access are going to change. The permissions and the privilege to do stuff in the system are going to change without really changing the privileges for that particular user. You're just changing the membership. It's a little more manageable, I guess. I prefer this way, at least. You see, you can put all for printing, but not for all of this. You have some specific actions that you can give for a specific group or a specific user. Okay, you're during the challenge, you're not going to really change the sudo that much. You're not going to really mess with the sudoers because it's just going to be you. But it's a nice touch to understand what sudo does. Okay, so that would be the first thing. But you're gonna see that we're going to use sudo because we are sudo. We just added our user to sudo. We're going to use sudo for actions that are pertinent to the whole system, to the entire server. So I'm going to install a package, or I'm going to change a configuration file, I'm going to reboot, I'm going to reload a service. All of these is something that is pertinent to the system. If something is just pertinent to the user, you don't need to use sudo for that. You can use the regular user privileges for that to happen. Okay, so that's the main difference, right? What we just use TLDR sudo, can change the password. And obviously, why we have sudo in the first place? Because the root user is discouraged. Again, you can't, because you have the full access, full permission to do anything. For you to change something and mess it up it exists. That possibility exists. And there is another problem. Root is just root. Who is root? Thanks, Keaton. There is only one root. But who is root? Who is that person root? That's why we have users with names and actual information about that person that have sudo privilege. So I know the server was rebooted outside of maintenance windows. Okay, so who did that? It was root. Okay, I don't know who is root. No, it was Livia using sudo. Livia rebooted. Okay, so Livia, why did you reboot outside of maintenance hours? So that's a way to point fingers, but it's an audit resource. And yes, with great power comes great responsibilities. So if you're going to manage a production server, you're going to see that, yes, your name is going to be on it. If you have a policy inside your company that allows the use of root user, man, you're in big trouble. Because all it takes is someone to, okay, let's do this, and give some big problem. You don't know where to go, where this started. You don't know if that was internal or if there was some kind of leak of your security. You don't know that if you just use root. You need to know. In a production environment, yeah, it's going to be ugly if you don't have that information. Okay, so we cleared out why we need to use sudo and not use root, and we already blocked root for logging in using SSH. We're good to go on that. And so how do we check that? Let's check a little bit on the logs. We already and I'm going to already get through to some pagination information. I want to see with less. This is going to give me the full information, but just in a pagination form with var log out log. This is going to give me the full information of authentications. And obviously, because this is system-wide information, I cannot do that without sudo. And one of the things, I probably already used that without really thinking much. I should have used sudo on that command instead of just get the same line of command line and put sudo in front of it. I can, if it's my previous command line, I can just use exclamation point, and it's going to understand that I want to use sudo and the previous command line. Okay, so right, we have we receive a disconnect root, and what else? This is May 7. Yeah, we just created this guy. You see all of the all the logs that I need to know. See, we created Livia. You were here with me. We created Livia, and then we changed Livia to group Sudo. And with that, it added Livia to shadow group Sudo. So my name was included in that. All right. And we did a bunch of tests with root and Livia. You can see that we have session closed for user root. Depois then we accepted password for Livia. Then we new session for user Livia. We created a SSH session. Receive a disconnect. Then we disconnected the user. What else? Authentication. Accept the password. Another user, another session. Yeah. Accepted public key. That public key that we created. Remember that? Here again. For SSHD, we check pass. User unknown. That is the part where we authenticate the failure. Trying to log in. And here we start to get the attempts. Okay, invalid user Ubuntu. Invalid user Ubuntu. Ubuntu doesn't exist. We have timeout for authentication. Okay. All right, connection lost, connection closed, authentication for root. All of the things that we did in this almost 3 hours of of live stream, it's all here. You see, even the RSA keys that we used, it was accepted the public key for that for root. And we have the session opens and the session closes. Here's sudo trying to do stuff. Here's the sudo. We have to use sudo for that. Remember that we have to reload SSH when we change stuff. Who used sudo? It was Livia on this terminal from home Livia. Damn. Alright, thanks, Krish. Yeah, it does report the incident. You're correct, Scarex. What? Let's do this in practice. Let's add a new user then. So we're adding Scarex. Yes, I need to do that as sudo. Okay. Okay, I created a regular user that does not have sudo privileges. I didn't give any privilege to him. And I'm going to log as Scarex. Sudo su. When I use sudo su, it means that I'm impersonating another user. So now I am Scarex. Who am I? I am Scarex. Okay, so let's try to do something that only a sudo should do. So I'm going to use sudo less var log auth log. Scaries is not in the sudoers file, this incident will be reported. That's what we're trying to do, right? So if we're leaving Scarex now, who am I? I'm Livia now. So I can check that incident. Okay, we did a sudo. What? We created, we changed localhost. Session user not in sudoers. We're going to see a lot more of that that information on the 18 or something, 17 or 18, when you look at log rotation and journaling. But just getting that, you see that sudo, that was attempt to use sudo. Who did that? Scarex did that. User not in sudoers. He was on TTY or the terminal PTS1. He was from PWD home Livia. And the command that he tried was this, last var log auth. So this is going to be here, going to show up here. If we try with, let's just sudo the journal. You see, you're here. Shit. Never remember. Oh, it is default. Yeah. No, you can you can turn this into an email. That is something that you can turn into an email. But by default, it's going to be just register in the logs. Okay, it's going to be on the auth log, and is what the journal is going to see. Journal CTL is going to put that information as well. But you can turn anything that is, and then is the part that I'm just getting ahead of myself, but I'm going to use it anyway. TLDR journal CTL. We can yes, we're going to use errors. So journal CTL priority. I want errors. Yes, I know. You see? You're here. There were other errors today as well, but I can filter that from directly from the journaling. I can filter that and redirect this as an email from the sysadmin if I want. Okay. So answering your question. So where were we? So what we tried to do here was to show the actual what sudo does, what are the privileges that root always have, and we're trying to get a little bit of that privilege to work towards sysadmin without having to use root. And this is the important part, especially for security, but also for audit. We need to know who is doing what in our system. Okay, so that's why the use of root by using root is a frown upon. It's not really recommended. Okay. So with that, we checked a little bit about the logs, and you saw that I used a little program called, where am I? Here. We we used a little program called less. If you want to know what less is, it is open a file for interactive reading. That was what we did. So I opened the file using less and the source file. Okay. To go up and down, I just used space for page up and down, but you can use the arrow keys to navigate up and down. And to search for a keyword or a key phrase, you can just start with slash and type something. If you want to go a backward search, but I really just use search, and then I go with N for next, or capital N to actually previous. So let me just open that again. So I got my file open here. I can just search. You see right here at the bottom left on my screen, I use a slash, and I can just, I want to find anything that has carex in it, and it go directly to it. You see? And if I want to go to the next, I use N, and it's going to put the next next the next instance found into my search at the top of the page. So, and if I want to go to the top of the file, I can use G, just lowercase g. And if I want to go to the bottom of the file, just the end of the file, I can use capital G. Then you see I'm in the end of the file because I have here on the bottom left end. And if I want to get out of the file, just quit, Q as quit, and that's it. Why I'm talking about this? Less is going to be used for, especially for big files. You just want to read it. You don't have the intention to edit or anything. And it's a lot more easy to navigate between the lines because it's going to put it on a buffer instead of using cat. And I'm not going to get into cat because that's for day 8. But you can also do this with cat. Thanks, Krish. Krish. So if I use cat, it's going to put everything on my screen, and that's it. But if I don't have enough buffer on my terminal, I will not see the whole file. It's not really that... Krishna. Thank you, Krishna. Appreciate it. So you're not going to have the full file on buffer if you don't have enough buffer on your terminal. So that's why we use less. Less is... I can talk about more, but I'm going to leave you guys to use the actual lesson, because less is going to, at least I like less a lot more than more. I knew that the little word play would happen, but what is less is opposite for more, But what is more is also why did they put this? Reduce TLDR is also for interactive reading. It's the same thing. It doesn't have quite the same keys to navigate, but it's basically the same. Okay, so if I use more instead of less, you see that it's already saying that it's more, and we are 4% of the file. So I can use arrow keys as well, or I can use a space to just jump one page at a time. So it's, but it does have this search capabilities as well. So here, but you see that is not as clean and pretty. I know that is not that much prettier, but I'm trying to go up to the next. It's not really, not that good. But it's the same thing, okay? You can use any of it. So I already got a little bit of the day 5 covered. We've got the dot files. We talk about history. We talk about less and more, type completion. From day 3, we checked logs. We talked about sudo, vsudo, and the sudoers file. We already incorporated another user using sudo su. And let's do some admin tasks that we didn't do yet. We can change localhost to a better name. So I'm going to use sudo because I'm changing something that is system-wide. So I'm going to change to host name CTL because I'm going to control the host name. And I'm going to change that, let's see, set host name. I'm going to change to potato. So I'm using hostname CTL, the control for hostname, and I'm gonna set the hostname to potato. If I just wanted to, let me just clear that up. TLDR host name CTL. If I just use hostname CTL, it's going to show me the host name, the whole information for the host, right? But if I want to change the host name, I have to use sudo because I'm going to change it. It is system wild, and I have to use set host name, and I'm going to use potato. So now if I check for host name, it changed to potato. It was supposed, but my prompt is still showing localhost. What is that? You actually can reload your session to see that. You can just get out and get back in. It's going to show you. Or we can use, what was the command? I have it here. Let's use apropos. Bash session. Or just session. Yeah. I just forgot the program. Just forgot it. I just forget it. Where is it? What? Yeah, I think it's reset. Yeah. Yeah, it's for the terminal. Yeah, okay. Is it reset? Yeah, I think it's reset. No, it's not reset. I have it on the tip of my tongue. Uh, was it? No, it's not source. Not reset. It's not source. Is it source? No, I have to give it a no. That's not source. What? Is eh, it works too. It's gonna be a Zach. No, it's not a Zach. Ah, we can use host name control as well. Then go that. Okay, sudo system cl reload. Host name or restart. Hmm. No. Nope. Mm, okay, that's my host name. That's right. Uh, that's it. I just created a new shell. That's basically okay. We got it here. Here's your potato. That's kind of what I wanted to do. Just I wanted to reset this the bash the shell session, but yeah, Zach bash. I knew I was close with a Zach. Okay. Well, we changed our host name. That's one thing. that you can do as being sudo. Other thing that we can do, let's see, time and date. So we can check the time zone. So what is our current clock? Am I on UTC? I'm still on UTC. All right, so if I wanted to change from UTC, it's going to really depend on for example, if you look at the logs and you see, well, this doesn't really match the time that I did that. It's probably because you have your server on a different time zone from you. So if I wanted to put on my time zone, that is UTC -3. It's time zone for São Paulo. One thing that I should do, where let's list the time zones. Let's do this first. Come on. It doesn't. Yes, yes, yes. So here are all the available time zones. I am. Let's see if I can use here. America, São Paulo. I'm going to use this and quit. And I can use sudo time date ctl. I'm going to, like I did with the host name, I'm going to set time zone. And I'm setting to America, São Paulo. Now, if I check my time date, you see that it changed the time zone. And now my local time is 1523, whereas the UTC is, or the universal time, is 1823. So one of the first things, if you want to, okay, it's not really matching what I'm doing in the logs. You're going to see it's going to register there in the time zone that the machine is. So that's why you change. And you need to use sudo to change that because it's system-wide modification. Okay, and so to close it up, let's install, configure some stuff. We already did that quite a lot. We install a few programs here and there. But checking a little bit for day 4, we see that we used apt a lot. One of the first commands that we used was sudo, or without sudo if you're root, apt update, and then apt upgrade. What is this? I mean, why we're doing this? This is the way to install packages or install programs. This is the way to install programs in your server, right? It's going to use the package manager that is called apt. apt is the package manager that is used for Debian, Ubuntu, and all the other distributions that are based on them. And what it's going to do is going to first reach out to a repository that have all the programs that should be available, and is going to update my local list of programs. If that's the way, it's going to update my repo list, my repository list. You see that when I use apt update, is going to get from these repositories. They are on the mirrors from Linode because I'm using a Linode VPS, a Linode server. But if I was in AWS, it's going to be for AWS. If I'm just doing that local in my home machine, is going directly to ubuntu.com or something, and is going to get the list of programs that are available for my my distribution and my version of that distribution. Okay, so Jammy is the nickname for Ubuntu 2020. Is 20? Yeah, 22. What is my? I just got. Ooh, what is my version? It's 2204. It's 2204, right? Yeah, for 2204 LTS, Jammy is the the little nickname for that. Oh yeah, thank you. LSB release -8. Ah, thank you. Thank you, Matheus. See, this is the code name or uh, uh, the nickname for that version, that release of Ubuntu. So 2204 is also called Jammy. That's why it happens to show Jammy, 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 because it's going to get from that repo, that repository, or the repositories that have packets that are compatible and are available for this version, for this release. Okay. So apt is the package manager using in Ubuntu. But if you're using, for example, a Fedora or CentOS or Red Hat, you're going to use Yum or DNF, or sometimes you're going to go directly with the RPM packages. But here we are using things that are based on Debian. We're going to use apt and dpkg that is running under apt. They're going to manage all the packets that we're installing and how are we installing and checking the dependencies between the packages and all that. And the packages that are created for that kind of package manager, they are .deb. So if you see on the internet, you can download the package here, and it's something .deb, it's going to be for any distribution that works with apt or is based on Debian. That's why the deb is based on Debian. Ubuntu is based on Debian as well, and use apt and use deb packages. So this is kind of the policy and the bureaucracy of how to get your packages, or how to install your little programs. And what I'm looking at, yeah, and that's the program that you're going to use. So if we take a look of what we can do with apt, you see the main usage. The first one, apt update, because it's going to get the available packages and versions. So if I have something that could be upgraded, is going to I know there's going to be that has the potential to be upgraded, because I have a version of a package that in the repo already have a new version. So I'm going to be that on comparison, and I could update that package using that information. So if I want to search for a specific package, I can also use apt search. So if I wanted to search for what package can we use? Give me some example of package to install. Okay, SL. Jesus, we need all that. Yeah, that was a big one. uh, Kosei. Yeah, Kosei is a good one. Yeah, at least not so big. So we have call say. This is one a little configurable talking call. It's so good. Oh, I'm going to use offensive cows. Okay. All right. So we use it apt search to search for that, and we have a few packets that have call say in the name or is related to call say. So I searched for that and I want to install it, so I can use sudo. Remember, when I'm using just search, I'm not really changing anything in the environment, so I didn't have to use sudo here. But since I'm going to install, I do have to use sudo. So I'm going to change something in the system, I have to use sudo. Okay, so sudo apt install say. You see the actual the workflow that uses it. Okay, I'm reading the package list, I'm building the dependency tree, I'm reading the state information, the package that I'm going to the suggested packets call say op. They are suggestions, they are not the packets that are going to be installed, and the following new packets will be installed call say. This all of this that isn't on my screen, this is something that the apt program is doing. And if I want to install something on my own without using a package manager, it's not going to be that straightforward looking at my screens, things that are happening. Okay, we're going to get through that on the what, 17? It's on the third week. Third or fourth week. No, it's on the fourth week. Yeah. So we're going to get through that as well. Okay, don't worry. But the package manager is going to do a lot of heavy lifting for you. So it's going to identify where is this package going to be downloaded from, how many, if there's any dependencies to that to be installed, is going to suggest and list you all the packages that are required before you can install the actual package that you want to install. And I'm going to give you a summary of what is going to be installed, how much is going to take in archives, and how much is going to add to the disk space. Okay, so first thing, get from the mirror, fetch that file, select or unselect, read the database, see if anything has to be changed, prepare to unpack. You see here, when I talk about the package being .deb, is that this is the .deb. That is the extension for package that are created for Debian-based distributions, or distributions that use dpkg or apt. Then I'm unpacking, setting, processing the triggers, scanning processes, scanning any other things, okay, and install. So now I can use call say. And call say nothing because I didn't get anything for call to say, but yeah, I have to use the right way. So how to use call say? Most of the packets are going with the manual. Again, use the manual if you have any doubts on how to use that program. Uh-huh. Ah. Okay. Or TLDR, because we installed TLDR. Going to give a little more stuff. But if I want to our call to say moo, here we go. Moo. Here's a little cow. So pretty. So we got package, installed applications. We already talked about that everything that we installed are going to be added to our etc directory. So any configurations are going to be there. So if we need, and this is a pretty straightforward little program. It doesn't require any configuration to run. It's just in itself, so it doesn't really need to put a new directory here on etc. But if we want to know where first, what type of of program is this? It's a game. It's a hashed game. Okay, and where this is located? Where did we put it? In user games. Okay, just a little game. If I want to install something different, apt search MC, for example, right? Ooh, that's a lot. But it's supposed to be... MC, MC, CP, MCL, MCE, MC, Midnight Commander. So we can install that. We can also search for a string here. So midnight. Let's see if we can get. Here midnight commander. So we can sudo apt install MC. A little difference from our little game called say. You see we have additional packets to be installed. You see you have to add some libraries and MC data and unzip because we don't have unzip yet. There's a few suggested packages, but there's just suggestions. I don't have to add anything to it. And the following new packets will be installed. Those 4 packages. See that we have 3 additional packages. The lib, the MC data and unzip, and the actual MC, the Midnight Commander. So it's going to add 4 packages. It's going to be this in size of archives and it's going to occupy this much of disk space. And because this is a little bit more than just a little program that doesn't have any configuration or anything, it's going to, do you want to continue? And if you want to install stuff without having to, for any of the packages, interactively give a yes or no, you can, when you put apt install, just put a -y to say give yes to anything that asks for if you want to continue. I mean, I use it a lot for upgrades because I wanted to upgrade everything anyways, so upgrade everything. If you have any other policy that are different, you probably want to go package for to see if you want to upgrade it or not. Okay, so yes is doing the same thing that we did for call say. See, that doesn't really change much, but we have 4 packets. So we downloaded this package from this repo. We downloaded this package, we downloaded this package and this package. We get from the mirrors, we fetched that, and then we installed, we selected and prepared to unpack. See, unpacking, unpacking, prepare to unpack, and unpacking. And then we set up and we're done. So now if I want to use MC, Midnight Commander, is this little beauty here of blue screen. It's not going to really give too much nostalgia for the younger folk, but I know that older people here on the chat are probably agree that it looked a lot like the old versions of I mean, it's not really used. I mean, it's just a way to do um, to navigate in your uh, in the directory structure uh, in a visual way. That's what it's used for. Okay, Krishna. I don't really like it. I mean, it does give me some what is the name? Old old systems vibe. I mean, if you got from the old, really old Windows, or yeah, MS DOS, yeah, Norton Commander, yes, that's the same vibe. That's the same vibe. I mean, I didn't really like it that at that time, and I don't like it today. So, but it's a visual way to get through your files. You can do a lot here, but I like to do it with the comments. I don't know. It's better for me, but it's an option. But I just wanted to it's F10. I just want to show the possibilities, and let's see if it's on etc. Yeah, we do have now here for Midnight Commander, and we create because we created something that is a little bigger than to call save program. This is just a game. Every new installation that we have any kind of configuration and it's a little bit more complex is going to have a new directory created in etc. That's where we stored everything that is configuration wise for the system. Okay, so we have key map, we have obviously it's going to have key map and what else would that to have here? The main menu, uh, some file highlights, and other stuff. And if I wanted to understand what's this about, Visual Shell, we have the manual as usual. So I guess we covered days 1 through 5. Did I forget anything? Did I forget anything? I don't think I forgot anything. We talked about install, configure. We talked a little bit about history, dot files, more or less, auto completion. So you're trying TLDR for ls and it's giving you nothing. You have to first TLDR update. It's going to update your database for that. Because it's going to gather information for all the main files. Yeah, it's going to gather information from all the main files, but it needs to put that somewhere. And when you just install TLDR, sometimes it doesn't do that on its own, so you have to update it. So if you see on the manual for actual TLDR, you're gonna see here updates. You update the offline cache for the TLDR pages. That's what you're looking for. Okay. Yeah, push and pop. Well, let's get to push and pop. I mean, push and pop Let me just open up. This is an extension that I didn't use that much as well. I still don't use that much. What years? So let's take a look of what uh, push D. So what push D do? Place a directory on a stack. I mean, I like to keep track with bash itself. It is possible to use that push pop stack to have that information for later. And but yeah, let's let me just double check that. Oh, okay, let's use an example. Let's push the to var log. Okay, I put that on my stack. I mean, I'm just getting like creating tabs on your browser. Instead of you going there, we just okay, let's put it on the stack, and I'm gonna back there. Those are the directories that I visit a lot. So I want to keep that sort of on a bookmark. Push and pop is like bookmark. When you push, you're putting on your bookmark. When you're popping, you're getting that from the bookmark. It's kind of a that. Yeah, you're changing between directories a lot, and it's not just two directories, because when we use the cd and cd's dash, we're just going to the old directory, new directory, go directory. You're just going back and forth between two directories. With push and pop, you can do with more than two. So I'm going to just I'm putting one on my stack, and then I'm going to put, let's push the also the dev. You see, I'm already put, this is my stack. I have home, I have our log. You see that I already put .dev slash dev. Let's put another one. Push the slash tc etc. You see, my stack is growing. And push D. Let's just push D. Okay. I just moved that. When I use just push D, I switch first and second directories on the stack. That's what it did. The first and second was etc and dev, and now I changed to dev etc. So to pop, I'm going to pop D. I took it out, and I want to go to, let's see, I want to go to the 1.2, pop D. Let me just put this here, pop D. When I just use pop D, I remove from the stack. I remove something that I put on my stack, or I just took something that from my bookmark out. How do I go between them? Ah, okay. And you see that I was moving between stuff? I started here. I put push D varlog, and I just changed it to varlog. And I put that on my stack. I added push dev, Here I am on dev, push the etc. Here I am on etc. I just changed the order from the first and the second. Okay, I got back to on dev. I popped. So I got back to etc and I remove a dev. And I can go to pop the remove or start 2. Okay, I got back to var log. But see, if you have more than 2, because if I'm going just with cd dash, I'm going back to etc and I will cd dash again, var log. I can go back and forth between 2 directories, but if I want to go back and forth between several directories, push and pop is, I'm just doing a stack of that. So I can go and, okay, I need this, I need this, I need this. Okay, I'll go back. I need this, I'll go back. So if I need to get back to etc again, and I want to, let me just check the push the manual. No manual. Just TLDR. I can rotate that. Help. Help is for building. I keep forgetting. Ah, push D. So push D, we can do that. Add directors to stack. Suppresses normal change. And Deer's built-in display the directors. Yeah, I said it was this. So this is my stack. If I just doing a bunch of stuff, and okay, my bookmarks, Deer's. So I can push D. Var log. I'm going to var log. My stack is growing. I want to push D /dev. Okay, and I want to and I want to pop D and change it where the things are going. Okay, and I'm doing a bunch of stuff. And what is my stack? This is my stack. I mean, this is kind of a specific if you're doing some like Scarex here. That was debugging Nginx stuff and have to go back and forth switching between different directories a lot, and it was not just 1 or 2 directories. It was kind of a few directories. Push and pop are a good option, so you don't have to write it down all the time, because cd dash is going to just for the last one. You're just going to the last one, the old PWD, and the actual current PWD. So it's a little bit limited. You have only 2 directories to jump between, but with push and pop, and Deers is going to show you the stack. So it's pretty much you're having your tabs and a bookmark. Okay, I have to go back to this one. All right, now I'll go to that one and go back and forth. I mean, Deers is the list of the stack. I didn't quite understand your question, Scarix. a way to view the folders in the stack, that's theirs. Ah, okay. Now you can see here that with the TLDR, you can just display the directories, the directories that are on the stack here, or you can display that in one entry per line. So you see, I have three uh, three directories in my stack, and showing me 3 lines. And if I want to clear my, okay, I did what I have to do. So I want to clear my stack. I don't need to use that anymore. I can just use steers-c. So if I, it's going to show me now, but because I'm here. But this is basically my PWD, my working directory. It's not no longer, I'm just cleared the whole stack, and I can start again. Okay. Anything else? Did I miss anything? You guys are sitting with me for 4 hours. Congratulations. So if you guys are okay, I guess we covered from day 1 to day 5. We cover a little bit of SSH, a few general status commands to use in your server, navigation, the basic navigation through directory structure. We created files, we created directories, and we deleted and copy and move them and rename them. We learned about the manuals and TLDR. Apropos, we also learned about Sudo and how to use Sudo and what Sudo is about. We checked a little bit on the logs to show that we can use less and more to pagination. We also changed our host name. We changed our time zone. We installed a few packages. We showed where the packets are installed and how that is going through the directory structure. And we also use tab completion. We look at a little bit at our dot files or the hidden files in our home directory. We use the history. And I guess that's it. If you guys are good, I'm going to close this up and see you guys next week. All right, thank you. Bye bye.